And here we go. Yeah. What's up, everyone? It will be Sorceress leveling guide, but with a twist. I will show you insanely good stuff. Basically right now, how to perfectly start your leak right from the beginning. And it will be like great tips. I know a lot of people actually will skip this part because, oh, it's just beginning. We already know that you can just run around and shoot fireballs with your stuff that you get instantly. But no. There's big tips that actually will help you start and actually jumpstart the leak. So, Mr. Chest. It should be somewhere over here. Where is my... Oh, I missed the chest. Yeah, because I just picked it. We actually can restart this checkpoint. And that's like the trick. So when you get the spark, you can actually multiply the spark. And it's going on like already forever. What's up? Complexes. Complexities. So basically you can create like 10 sparks in a matter of few seconds, depending on your loading times. You may ask, like, why do you need the sparks? Well, we can sell them in the town. What's up, Honey Rocks? Will Stormweaver be better this league? Yeah, I got a video pinned in the description where I explain why Stormweaver will be insane. Spark Stormweaver especially, but probably I will skip the Spark section, maybe. We'll see. Maybe I will keep it, but with a twist. My plan is Spark and cast on crit Comet, because Comet got nice buffs. And guess what? Today we get insanely nice buffs to Firestorm. Oh yeah, Firestorm buffed, and it's pretty great. So here's the deal. I know there will be like haters that we're not playing SSF, but it's not the point. We're not like abusing system too much. We're not using like our 1 millions of gold, mostly. But we're using some nice tricks and showcasing some nice tricks. Basically, again, if you created this sparks, you can sell them for 29 gold. Now look here, I prepared shopping list, so it will highlight loads of stuff with quality and level 2 some skills, and also with life. So technically right from the start you will be able to buy some like good starting armor with life if you created loads of the skills. It helps, especially when you're playing like Sorceress. So yeah, something like this will definitely help. Then let's identify our items, and we get like gloves that gives us nothing. Yeah, we can drop like augmentation, but never do it. You don't need to. We're mostly interested in Yuna's shop because she sells magic items, and we can easily find some useful stuff in her shop. So first of all, there will be like focus with increased physical damage. We don't need it, but it will highlight like stuffs with level 12 skills. I haven't tested like too much, but as you can see, it kind of works. And also it highlights everything with quality, so you can like buy and disenchant it. What you're actually looking for is some like good stuff with +2 level 12 skills, and that what I basically found in multiple runs. So it's totally doable. For this run, just to make it like more streamlined, I got like some basic equipment. We will use it like later, so we will keep it in inventory just in case. Yes, so here we go. But here is what you actually want to buy as Sorceress if you got want soon. So what I really suggest you to have is Scepter. Scepter will be useful soon. Now let's go to Clearfell and let me check a chat. So I was waiting for this one. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, so here we go. I haven't played Sorceress. I have heard it's really expensive. I mean, depending on what Sorceress you play. Technically, it's like not too much for some archetypes. Some archetypes, yeah, because scaling based on one single like stat, it's level to all skills. So if you got level to all skills on your gear, you basically will have good time. Now, while there's different ways how we can level up, we can use like Frost Bomb, we can use Spark and Flame Wall combination. How it will work? We will create Flame Wall, and when sparks go through this Flame Wall, they will be basically fire enchantment sparks. And it's really powerful stuff, but sparks something we cannot rely on. Therefore, first skill still contagion, as for any other class. And not only for skill contagion, we basically like using contagion as our main, clearing stuff with spark and with firebolt right now. Firebolt is like more reliable source of damage. Therefore, we basically will be running with firebolt. And how we level is just dropping contagion, destroying one enemy with firebolt, and that's it. How's my morning? Oh, I would say like as though always. It's like pretty sleepy today, but that's fine. It's a lot better when I see that we get buffed Firestorm. So Firestorm is the skill that I really like in Sorceress, but when it's weak, well, you just can't use weak skills when you're playing. It's impossible. So we get one more skill, and technically the skill can be anything, but it will be Frost Bomb. Because Frost Bomb will reduce defenses of our enemies. So we drop Frost Bomb, we can drop Spark, we can even try to like shock enemy with Spark. Shocking enemy will increase our damage output pretty nicely. And just continue dropping Frost Bombs and trying to shock with Spark. If there's like lots of mini enemies, just contagion them. And that's it. I wonder why I see quarter staffs, but probably that's because they kinda work like staffs. I also testing my loot filter right now, mostly, so... So for this run, we actually will switch into ED Contagion at the beginning. But later we got better ways to level. So technically, yeah, that's it. We don't need any other like weird skills. Getting our flasks. Once she spawns with extra energy shield, it's faster to just respawn at the checkpoint. And fight versus her again. Leveling only spell damage, of course. So yeah, it's like a lot faster. Pretty annoying enemy. I can use this wolves with contagion to spread powerful contagion in here. So we got it. First support gem, and it will go into our fire bolt, and we will have a rapid casting. So I actually got like a little bit of notes. We can even like drop unleash over here. Maybe it's like better for clearing speed. So like at the beginning, clearing speed is our main problem. Let's see. So from here I need to go down. Yeah, at the beginning contagion is just like best skill. So from time to time we will drop this frost bomb just to get infusion. Because it will infuse our spark and they will add cold damage. Not a lot right now, but still it's better than nothing. Honestly, to me it looks like, again, layout I never played. It's funny, like different characters are actually getting like different layouts. It's completely different from like Sorceress, Monk, Mercenary. Okay, so we found an exit to Grailwale, Red Whale. We're in Grailwood. Now let's find teleport locations. Based on what I see, it will be over here. And also, where is mushrooms? Mushrooms will be on the right side from this place. Sport gems, it's really great, so we can actually create a rapid casting now. And rapid casting should be on your main damaging skill. For us, right now, it's our firebolt. Of course. Oh, no. That's bad situation. We will find out solution for it. Contagion mostly works nicely. Hello, we're keeping chat in English, please. Where is Mushroom Boys? Here they are. So we reached new level. Right now we will go back into town and quickly check if there's any good upgrade. Because we basically approach the timing when we can find some nice upgrades. And let's activate a little bit of music. So, some useless crap. Now I see we get highlighted items, so it's quality stuff. And level 12 physical spell skills. It's kinda useless for us, so we can kinda skip it, but if there's cool skill, for example, like Chaos Bolt, like Chaos Bolt is a nice skill, we can buy it. Still, for mages, our upgrade is at level 6, so we need to play like few levels first. Anyway, let's get our flasks ready, let's sell useless scrap, and let's go. For mage, sadly, this part is based mostly on RNG. It can be insanely fast if RNG is lucky, it can be like pretty okay if RNG is not lucky. Still, it's not like hard location. For fighters, it's a lot easier, there's refined arms everywhere. With Contagion we can allow ourselves to actually run away from packs and still get experience, which is like a big stuff for us. Now, what's applicable? We definitely want to incorporate Comet in our leveling setup. For Comet we need like good gear and stuff like that. and special setups, but I will incorporate comet into our final version of the build, probably. But today we get nice buffs for Firestorm. That's what I'm interested in. So again, for helmets and other parts, if there's more maximum life, it's useful. If not, well, it's not useful. Skill gem level 3. That's what we get from this bro. And again, so if you want to play mage, frost darts is useful. It's pretty nice stuff. It can consume cold infusion, so you can play something like frost bomb, frost darts, add flame wall to it. So when frost darts go through flame wall, its projectiles, they will be infused with flame. At the same time, you can use Orb of Storms, so you will place Orb of Storms, frost bomb, you will get 2 infusions, cold and lightning. Then you place flame wall with infusions, it will be infused with lightning, you shoot with frost darts, they will be infused with cold for extra damage and go through flame wall, and will have added lightning damage, and also they will have added fire damage. So it's like powerful way to play if you want to like go for complete Sorceress fantasy. However, for Act 1, just to make things simple and fast for us, if you want to chill, what you want to have is just Essence Drain. Yeah, Essence Drain and Contagion. So as much as I like to play kind of like, let's call it normally. So if, for example, you play in mage, like Sorceress, you want to play as Sorceress, not as like witch, but just for the Act 1, and honestly Act 1 won't last too long, so it lasts just a little bit. And even we will switch to complete Sorceress exactly at the end of Act 1. So let's see, maybe she got something new for us. Plus level 12 fire skills, not what we're looking for, but there's also funny like stuff like extra damage as fire, so this will work. Now here is like our options. When you find stuff with good level to your skills, it's cool. So let's see what we'll find. This is like not cool, but pretty high increased spell damage. However, spell damage mostly scales with like different stuff on your gear, and most important one is level 12 skills, as I told you. So for example, if you found focus with level 12 skills, it will kind of work a lot better than just even like stuff with high increased spell damage. So 50% increased spell damage is worse than 1 level of all skills. So that's basically how it works. Another option is to actually play safely and get Scepter in your offhand. So Scepter will give you loads of spirit, you can use it, and if the Scepter of higher level, there's none right now in the shop, there's actually a fun option. So fun option is to use like a bunch of skeletons and they will help you. Spark and Orb Storms, yeah, Spark and Orb Storms still works, so that's why skeletons are cool, they will protect us. Why I don't like leveling with Spark and Orb Storms? Half of the areas where we will go right now, especially Cemetery, will have awful guys that retaliate damage. They will basically shoot projectiles back at us when we try to shoot projectiles at them. So that's like big downside to have projectile based build over there. So we won't go full campaign today because I got lots of videos to do, but basically we will assemble wall build and beat like a little bit of bosses. So right now we're extremely fast because we can drop like Essence Drain, Contagion, and that's it. So combination just melts everyone. Yeah, big guys with a shield. Also, Spark is kinda not always a reliable source of damage. It deals loads of damage in tight spaces when it actually hits enemies. But you need to like hit enemies with loads of sparks in most cases. Here's a good part about Sorceress leveling. So when you find this area, it will be this like Mushroom King, Rotten Druid. We can drop Essence Drain Contagion and then just start shooting with Spark to try and shock him. Shocked guys will take extra damage, so that's basically a play. He always drops support gem, and again, nice part for us right now. We kinda don't need anything on our skills. We'll get the support gems and we will use them later. But optionally we can drop like increased power on our like Essence Drain Contagion. There's gem called Swift Affliction. Yeah, I never saw a layout like this. When you start the game and you instantly see this Mushroom King over here. So exit will be on the top, I guess. Hola, Joao. Not a lot. I understand a little bit of Portuguese, but like I don't speak it. Let's see the ring we will have over here, and the ring is Lazuli ring. Very good. You can use it for more maximum mana, so it's a nice catch. Oh, no. That was bad strategy. So Essence Drain Contagion just require fewer clicks from you to clear monsters while moving. That's why it's so powerful. When you see Praetor, we actually want to clear it like first in most occasions. Second. As mage, we don't care a lot. But still, we will get a lot better experience if we go into Praetor first, but not complete it. Then we go to Asinia, and this Tomb of Consort will be level 9 right now. So level 9 is really great, since bosses will drop better equipment. Mostly for fighters though. So that's the guys who are awful and shoot projectiles back at us. And when we're playing Essence Drain Contagion, we can deal like a lot more damage while not fighting with this him. Let's see what focus we got. Looks like pretty powerful on paper, but probably it will be a lot worse. So we will see. I think I'm going to season start on hardcore. Don't know with what though. Yeah, hardcore is wild place. I think like the best possible starting stuff in hardcore is probably something arranged and something not squishy. No. We never use this chaos damage for entire campaign, only until last boss in this act. Basically, there will be like loads of annoying enemies. That's why even we like leveling elemental damage right now. We still will use like Spark to shock enemies, but mostly it's like ED, Contagion, and then Spark. They lowered monster density in maps, so it should stay the same in the campaign if they won't decide to adjust campaign. But yeah, in maps we should see lower monster density. So from this point we can get back to Operator. And this trick is useful for fighting classes, because if we create new instance right now, it will be level 9 and not 8. So the Raven should be like right on the top right part over here. Now we can use infused spell damage, and then we will respect our character a little bit, because we will consume infusions every now and then, so it's like a useful strategy.
To regret your intrusion here.
So get one more skill gem tier 3, and there's two options. One option is to upgrade Contagion, but second one is to get Orb of Storms. We will need it later anyway, so it's just a nice idea to have it in our arsenal. Also we can drop like support gem on top, since we will use him a lot. And Overabundance is a great choice. Overabundance is a great choice number 1. And second one is Controlled Destruction. So it won't be able to deal critical hits, and we can't deal critical hits actually quite often. So it's fine, but it will deal a lot more damage. Now we can drop 2 orbs and start using sparks after ED Contagion on boss, and it gives a pretty nice damage boost. One second. New passive tree. I actually don't know what is my stance on this. One part of me actually likes to have everything in advance, to theory craft and stuff like that, but actually I enjoy going in blindly. At the same time, basically. Now we can finally upgrade, and we will upgrade Contagion this time, because later we will upgrade other skills that we need. That need Spark a lot. Two days is completely fine, but if they will, like, every time release passive tree right on, like, release date, I'm also fine with it. In Path of Exile 2, passive tree is just so simple. You can't really make like a bad character. And at level 80, well, spending like 10 minutes to find out what is like best approach to your current situation is everything you need. But I totally see like frustration. Yeah, I like what they like making and how they approach stuff. So where is Yuna's loot box? A lesser storm rune is a really great item. It's also funny how actually, at least on the paper, it looks like there's two completely different camps right now. And it doesn't look like there's minority in any camp. So to me it looks like 50% of people actually enjoy that we have zero information on passive tree and stuff like that. And they will have lots of fun going in blindly. And half of player base is actually mad. They want to sit in POB and create builds like the week before league start. Probably I am in minority camp, because I'm in a camp I don't care, basically. Okay, from this point we will go to Freighturn to keep our leveling curve. But first of all, clear Fell to get our passive points. So let's see what we will roll on this. Want. It's pretty high chance to roll something cool. Plus level to all chaos skills. We definitely take it. Since why not? And let's finally let me show you. difference between focuses. So, get focus number 1 with just loads of spell damage, and focus number 2 with level 12 skills. Again, focus number 1 will increase damage, let's say, of Frost Bomb by like 15% probably, but level 2 all skills by like 20%. So yeah, like if you get increased spell damage of 50%, it's more or less equal to 1 level 12 skills, mostly on every level. Let's forget our Rattling Scepter, and we will play mostly spells right now. We want to have dexterity just a little bit. Probably strength. And we will just go for spell damage. Okay, what's everyone starting with? Drop me your starters. Here's little trick: if you find this big ritual before the small ones, it will actually show you where is the altar. So one on the right side and one towards like the bottom. Starting with Sorc. Oh, that's a great start. I'm starting with Druid and the Sorc basically at the same time. Oh yeah, definitely will pick up this quota stuff to test loot filter later, since it's weird. Minions Druid, oh perfect. Actually, Minions Druid sounds fun. There should be like loads of stuff on passive skill tree near Minions Druid. Probably something new. Also, probably Druid is the first class that we'll be able to play with Druids and also fight at the same time. Since other minion classes is just walking AFK mostly. I mean, even if you're not playing wolves. Yeah, Minions Druid sounds fun. I would say probably like some lightning minions, some ice minions. So they freeze, they slow down enemies, they basically shock them, and you unleash some power of like bear or wyvern. Wyvern will be great with like minions. You can drop some like spells even and support them. Sorc with Arc and Remnants. Yeah, exactly what I'm starting with. Yeah, Blood Mage is cool. But I think Sorceress is just amazing this season. It's just... changes to the node, like big keystone on the passive tree. like this node over here. So right now it gives you ability to create a random element. And no one actually wants random elements in most cases, because, well, you can't control what's going on. But in the upcoming patch, it will create like another remnant of different type. So if you get like cold infusion, it will always create lightning, and so on and so on. And if we combine it with Sorceress, with Stormweaver especially, well, we can create unlimited amounts of infusions. Since previously it was a 50% chance to create additional infusion of different type, right now it's 100% chance to create additional infusion of different type. So basically when I create lightning infusion, technically it will create 2 more infusions instantly. It's pretty crazy. Essence Drain Bone Storm, yeah, completely fine. But that's why I'm making today's build. Basically, I posted Demon form with Essence Drain Bone Storm. And it's fine, it's cool build. But as Sorceress, you don't have access to like loads of spell damage early. And you probably want to switch into like some elemental stuff anyway, based on your ascendancy. Maybe you can play like Essence Drain Contagion Chronomancer. Oh, double Regal Orb? I never saw it. They probably buffed drops in campaign like significantly. Quality. Yeah, that's actually good. So, first Spirit Gem. If you're having problems with mana, it's Mana Remnants. Mostly you won't have problems with mana because you can drink a potion and lotion petal, so just like use potions and get Arctic armor. Yeah, so that's like the plan basically. So this got the stuff to test loot filters. This is for later, maybe. Let's get into the Arenalist Forge first. Probably it's on another side, but that's fine. We can skip it on this character. Bleed crossbow. Yeah, Blood Mage with ability to inflict bleeding with elemental stuff is pretty fun. Here's the forge. Sadly, it's so hard right now to get into like bleeding rune passive part of passive skill tree, since it's right on other side, on mercenary part. But I guess you just scale elemental damage and it's fine. So we will cheat a little bit on this boss. I will ask him to go to the bottom right part of arena, and it's done pretty nicely. Hello boss, please come over me. He will definitely come and follow us. So here we can nicely fight him in a close range. If you got okayish armor, you completely like don't care what's going on. And the coolest part, he won't summon his friends over here. Fighting him in melee range is like pretty good. Spawn gem, that's pretty great. Now we drop Contagion on this bro. He will spread it all over the place. I hope so. And we're going to save a lady. I want to make Firestorm, Thunderstorm, and Comet working together somehow. That's a great plan.
These walls are oppressive. Who chooses to live this way?
I mean, for Comet it's obvious, I guess. It's cast on Elemental Ailment, cast on Crit. And for Firestorm and another Storm, basically you making the support gems that will make them following you. It will be great. But actually I don't know if it's like support gems that makes storms following you, or is it like they just go forward. If they follow the character, it's just insane, but they need to have kinda fast movement speed, I guess. Yeah, Contagion is insane for leveling, especially for this part of the game. There's loads of annoying enemies and loads of tight spaces, so basically Contagion is just the way to melt them. And while we technically can continue playing like this throughout the campaign, we actually just leveled up and we're already at 34%. So that's why Contagion is so good. I'm moving forward all the time. I never stop. It's pretty powerful stuff. But we will switch it because we want to play as Sorceress, not as Essence Drain Contagion Witch. We take this checkpoint, but we're not fighting boss right now, so that's what I saw on one of the speedruns. It will abuse animations. To make it a little bit faster. We're not speedrunning though, so don't have to basically. But why not to try? No, no, no. You see, without Contagion, it's just impossible to do stuff like that. And I don't know, did they increased experience gain? But we are pretty high level. And I even missed like few areas. So in this area we can go complete Unga Bunga and just look for a boss. Mostly boss is right where this corridor leads. So yeah, that's the boss. And of course I'm making character snapshots on each act. For this character I will make 2, so this one will be before Act 1 boss. Perfect. Now we'll refund 1 passive. Now get just elemental damage and that's it. And where is interesting parts? Basically it's over here. We can increase casting speed at the same time on our way forward. Where is spell damage? So I want to see like all spell. I want to see all damage stuff. And that's basically how you play blindly. So I don't have like exact plan what I want to do, but that's basically what you do blindly. Just go for damage and that's it. It will work. So again, I got like 2 wands for you to showcase like different levels of power. One of them with loads of like extra damage, second one with just level to all lightning spell skills. What will be better for our next spell that we will get from Latias? Because Latias will give us ability to get spell level 5 and it will be Arc. So Arc is the first spell we want to have. Basically it will switch our Contagion, Essence Drain, we no longer need them. No longer need Spark, and that's the setup. Goodbye Essence Drain. Rapid casting over here, Unleash over here. Goodbye Contagion. And goodbye Spark. Since Spark again is not like really reliable stuff. And that's our setup for first boss basically. This optional skill, which is Flame Wall, but also we was lucky and got a Sport Gem tier 5, so we can get Ember Fusillade already. So for this skill, we will focus mostly on like damage, but also it's so long to cast, therefore for Ember Fusillade it will be rapid casting, like first and most important skill in my opinion. We can upgrade. No, it's actually the same level. Let's get our rune from Mr. Renly, and it can be extra damage as lightning. That's a good rune. And that's basically how you augment your wand to get better chances on boss. So look at the damage right now. With just increased damage, critical hit and the other stuff, we will have like 10% increasement. But with plus level to all skills, it should be like 20%. So we will have 120 on arc, 140, actually even more. And by dropping the socket and then dropping the rune that we just got from Renly, we will increase it by 10 more percent. So that's basically how to make like a really powerful stuff Bunch of wands for later levels. Again, to showcase how damage works. Now, basic combination is just put the stuff, create a little bit of Ember Fusilade, but in other order. So when you're creating Fusilade, you create like 5, I guess, Fusilades, and while they're standing still, you can cast this Orb of Storms. So that's one of the combinations. And then you continue with Arc. We clear like basic guys with Arc. Arc is pretty powerful. So let's create Ember Fusilade. As you can see, it's pretty powerful. Come on, transform already. So transformation begins. We create Fusilade. I hope we will be able to stun this friend. Not this time though. Dropping these orbs is really like helpful stuff. Since we can collect infusions and it will make our arc basically chain a lot more. When Puck dies themselves, it means he will arrive soon. But he actually like bamboozled me a little bit. He decided not to arrive instantly. But there's a combination. So basically when you fire Ember Fusilade in Orb of Storm, then Arc, you combining lots of damage on top of each other. And as I told you, we will do like secret combination rotation. But do it only if you don't care about loot a lot. So basically idea is to get to this checkpoint, and while they're doing their animation, we'll focus down guy on the first level over here. It will like give us better time on speedruns, but again, we're not speedrunning, we're like chilling and having fun. So Ember Fusilade, getting ready for him. Now out, double orb. That's how it works. When you cast Ember Fusilade inside storms, it also works. Basically, like combine them, and it's boss melting machine.
The Countess has escaped with the beast. Every attempt to control it has ended in cataclysm. We must pursue her to the plains of Vastyria. We should find the Merikath caravan. Only they can lead us through that harsh and unforgiving land.
Okie dokie, Act 2.
I did not know if I would see the Vastyria again. It's good to be home.
Now, if you like to actually like advance your builds and change them when you're leveling up, there's a little bit of good and bad news. So good news, you can actually do whatever you want, and you can like basically change whatever you like besides the skills we got. The bad part is technically the build is ready. So yeah, we don't need to like change loads of stuff. Spark will be used for clearing. It's probably not as good as Essence Drain Contagion, but it works. Coming close, double orb, going Ember Fusilade, he is mostly like shocked. Adding orbs, boom 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 boom. And if needed, arc. So yeah, it's pretty crazy.
You may.
After arriving, always check the shops and basically check it every time we are in town. We're looking for like gloves with some protection, maximum life, boots with movement speed. So they always have boots with 15% movement speed when we first arrive over here. If you like resistance, you can get something like this. If you don't, you can get something like this. So it's like 100% chance basically. Some fun, we'll get like bunch of orbs. Now, Zarka. Zarka sells sticks and wands. And we're definitely checking sticks and wands to see if there's any like level 2 lightning skills mostly. Or to all spells. It's like perfect. If there's none, you can buy like white items if they're cheap. If it's like 1k stuff with like bad suffixes, prefixes, just ignore it.
I am a seller. With the trail for glory. The Halani gates have been closed. This has not happened for generations. Not here, not now. The Hal for glory. From what I can see, the Faridan have been preparing for war.
So, about leveling. When I'm using martial classes, I know probably like everything. But where is the best place to kinda accelerate power of your mage? Anyone knows? Since this location is the best location for any like martial class. There's lots of blacksmith whetstones, lots of armor scraps. It's also useful for mages, but not a lot, especially in campaign. Mostly to get this resource and then sell it later in like Act 4 in currency exchange.
Die, forgotten.
Yeah, Ember Fusilade with Orbs of Lightning, GS. Completely broken combination. Funniest part, for mages you don't even need like insane power spikes in campaign. If you found some plus level 2 skills early, you can keep it forever in most cases. Since the next upgrade, the next good rolls that can beat level 12 skills, maybe at level 50. That's where you can probably roll like 100 increased spell damage. Let's beat this location with just Ember Fusilade and Torpor Storms.
Just don't touch me, Faridan. This isn't the
So we leveled, back in town, checking shop, always. Some crazy increasement of our spell skills, not this time though.
Let us fight to the last. This passage is how the traitor betrayed her country. Now I know its fate. Orbara and the sisters fight. Beautiful.
So what we are upgrading? We're upgrading Orb of Storms first. And also let's keep our Frost Bomb ready to be like more powerful. We got boots with better movement speed, so we forget about our like last boots we got. Maybe this will be more lucky, no. So goodbye. Is this like yellow dude? Oh yeah. Let's skip Balbala right now. I'm interested like how important it is to have ascendancy before the Shar. Probably not that important. Oh, sorry. I just found out that my chat broke. Sorry that I am not chatting with you. Let me see. Why is it like this? What do you think? League starting, and what will your next zero to hero? James, if you're still here, next zero to hero will be druid, and I'm starting as druid. So let me pop up this chat. I used. Let me reload streamer bot. For some reason, it stopped updating the chat, and I got like no clue why. Okay, whatever. I will just use this YouTube window. Let me check. Yeah, everything works nicely. I don't have second monitor, so I'm looking for a chat on the same screen. For some reason, it just stopped updating. Where are you from? Georgia. Oh, no. Good old technology, yeah. Actually, it's never happened. Like before, when I streamed, I looked at chat on mobile phone, basically, and it happened all the time, so it stops to update messages. But this software worked like a good Swiss watch until now, turns out. Yeah. But yeah. Technology at its finest. So for Wolf, I'm going for only for how it called? For Wolf form, basically. I planned it from beginning. Yesterday I saw some like footage of this druid, and it looked pretty good. So I think we are good to go. We won't suffer a lot. League start.
I will tell your tale.
It's always a little bit unpleasant when you start a league on new character and it turns out your character is just super weak. But Wolf looked good. Also, it looked good, but is it really good? We will see. Since everything can look good with like okay gear, when you overleveled a little bit. But probably we will have a lot more ways to have okay gear in upcoming patch. Mostly due to leak mechanic, of course. So we're going for Big Bad Wolf. Yeah, this circus for like for upcoming season is actually. And it will be pretty good in upcoming season. I added video in description, I guess. Or at least I hope I added. But anyway, basically it's the latest video on the second channel. Spot the King 2, where I mostly like talk about the game and drop some beginner tips, tricks, stuff like that. On this channel I mostly like stream from time to time and post build guides. And do some like weird stuff like Zero to Hero and some challenge stuff. On other RPG games also. So basically I tier crafted a lot with some new sorcerer mechanics, and it looks like sorcerer will be pretty good and powerful in upcoming season, and maybe even a little bit broken. So first of all we get basically buffs on all major skills, which is always good. And also buffs on all skills that is already like, the most powerful skills in Sorceress arsenal. Firestorm, Comet, some ice skills. That's some great. So that's a good stuff. But at the same time, we're getting change in one keystone on passive skill tree. Right now, this keystone makes you pick up remnants, and they will be random remnants, which is completely useless, of course, because you can't control what's going on. So why would you like random remnants? You want to know like what you're doing. For example, if you're dropping like Orb of Storms, you want to know that you will get this lightning infusion, so next spell you cast will be something lightning infused. And you don't want to look all the time on your buffs. Is your like spells augmented or not? But they change it. So now different infusions will be converted into different infusions. For example, lightning will be converted into like cold, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. Cold into fire, and fire into lightning. So now we can drop, for example, this like bolt, Orb of Storms, and then we can use Spark after collecting infusion. What we will have? We will have cold infused Spark, because it gives us basically lightning infusion. But at the same time, there's buffs that gives you ability to collect infusions when you do something. So for example, if you shock enemy, you will get lightning infusion. And we will get this buff in Act 3. That's where it becomes like really fun and a little bit tricky, I would say. So now whenever we shock enemy, we will get cold infusion. And guess what? Right now, there's no use for this mechanic technically. So when you shock enemy, you will get lightning infusion, and that's why basically everyone playing kinda like arc. It's pretty easy, straightforward way to play. So you shock enemies with arc, you collect infusions, next arcs will have more like jumps. That's basically how it works, and that's it.
Such shrines were not meant for mortal eyes. I am honored.
Ice strikes, yeah, Ice Strike Chronomancer is like 0 to hero tier. So my 0 to hero was mostly like the weirdest stuff I can think of, and then try to make it work. Yeah, it's a little bit weird, a little bit tedious. It lacks damage, and mostly like the main idea of this Ice Sorcerer was to have control, so you can like stop the time, you can rewind the time, you can get back your health, but fights are super long. So yeah, technically that's was what I showcased, so it should not be like complete surprise. It's pretty slow build, yeah. But this one is super fast, like it's pretty good one. We will get casting speed at the same time, why not? A little bit of like dexterity just for stats. Yeah, so about like infusions and about Firestorm. So before it was basically straightforward, but right now we will get infusions of different types. So for example, we can use Spark. And Spark is insanely powerful in upcoming patch, because for example for Arc, when you infuse it with Lightning, it will have more jumps. So it's like, it's cool for clear, not a big deal though. Like, more jumps, okay. Maybe a little bit more damage. Honestly, it doesn't matter like too much. But in upcoming patch, when you shock, you will get cold infusion. So you will be able to actually use Spark. And cold infused Spark will have not just like ability to freeze enemies. They will have extra damage on top as cold damage. And not just random number. It's just insane number. For example, like at maximum level, let's say Spark will deal 100 damage with lightning. And cold infused Spark will deal 120 damage on top. It's just insane. So it's more than double damage. And also lightning damage is always rolled in big like spread. So there's big fork of your output for damage. With a Spark, with lightning. And cold damage is like more stable, so it always rolls some big numbers. And that's great, that's just insane. At the same time, when you, for example, use cold infused Sparks, they will generate cold infusions, because they will freeze enemies. This way, well, you basically generating at the same time one more different type of infusion. And all these things combined will give us the ability to actually play Firestorm and other storms a lot more easier. Since right now when you're playing, for example, Firestorm, you will generate fire infusions with this tech. And Firestorm with fire infusion will have added fire damage, I guess. I don't remember exactly, but again, it doesn't matter too much. What matters is that basically it will be able to only to generate fire infusions, so you kind of forced to have something else to actually play Firestorm with infusions. But right now when you're playing fire infused Firestorm, basically you just cast Firestorm on its own. Yeah, that's it. What happens? It will generate fire infusion, and with notable Let me find it. I will show you. With this notable and passive tree. That will be changed. It won't be random. It will convert all fire infusions into lightning infusions. The next firestorm will be infused with lightning. Therefore, it will shock enemies. If it will shock, it will generate not only fire infusions, but also lightning infusions. And if it generates lightning infusions, well, they will be converted to cold infusions. So your firestorm will deal cold damage at the same time and will basically generate loads of crazy stuff. So yes, firestorm probably is one button build that will work and probably work nicely. And after today's changes, I probably really thrilled to actually skip this cold spark playstyle and just go for one button firestorm.
Everything about this.
Again, this is like so great interaction that will make loads of playstyles available. You can make something smart with it.
Didn't break a sweat.
And you can play something like super simple, like just press the button for firestorm and it will generate everything you need. Let's hope for fast relic drop. Firestorm Apocalypse Druid, yeah, it will be like insanely cool. Literally 1 minute ago I described why Firestorm is so insane in upcoming patch changes. Firestorm Apocalypse Druid is actually a pretty fun concept.
Die, forgotten.
Yeah, you can simplify it to just like okay, you can simplify it to something like just close your eyes, but probably funny name will be like bro cube sunglasses please. The build that will increase Ray-Ban sales. So let's get a rune, I mean a relic. Do you know if you will still have the Abyssal Well of Souls in the area next league? Yes, it will be. The Abyssal is still in the game and also the core of the game. So they're not going anywhere, you still can desecrate the stuff and you should have this Well of Souls in this area. Actually, it's the first area you will encounter them, I guess. For crafting, it's only homogenizing Omen, which is removed, so crafting is fine. Yeah. We still will need to go down, get waypoint. I mean, I don't know how they will change this exact interaction. Maybe it will be unlocked like from the beginning, maybe it will auto-unlock in endgame, but probably it's like exactly the same as right now. You just go down there, you unlock this stuff, and you're good to go.
Who goes there? As you wish. Music way. Do not wander.
Let's get some fun orbs. So we can like experiment and have some fun with items. We'll remove all this crap that we don't need. Probably anyway soon. Another cool interaction that with overabundance we actually destroy these orbs of storms pretty fast. So they always infuse Ember Fusilade with lightning. It's a great combination.
I have heard whispers of such a place, where titans fought and died.
My favorite class, Monk. Monks are just so good, especially Ice Monk. And yeah, lightning is of course a lot more powerful, like 10 times more powerful. Because shock dealing like more damage to your targets. Still, you can shock enemies even as Cold Monk when you're playing Invoker. So why bothering with Lightning Monk?
It is warm and beautiful.
Okay, so this combination melts bosses just super fast. What's up, Enderion? What's up?
It is fight to the last.
Now we'll go to Traitor Passage and sing a song.
Hard for some to understand our older traditions.
So we'll be going to the shard, but let's fix our build a little bit. Since we got a bunch of support gems, first of all, for Amber Fusillade, we can do consider casting, for example, to deal a lot more damage. There's another option, like just elemental ornament, and there's one more option. No, debilitation actually won't work on it, but will Rising Tempest work? Rising Tempest will work. Why I like Rising Tempest more than consider casting? Technically, consider casting will give us better damage, but Rising Tempest will increase our damage no matter what, because we're still using Frost Bomb, then Lightning Bomb, and then Rising Tempest. So technically it should raise our damage by 36%, or maybe just 24%. It's still okay-ish stuff for us. And when just we start to feel that we don't have enough damage, again, at tier 3 support gems, Deliberation, 20% more damage is just pretty good stuff. Still don't need it right now. What I think about Orb of Storms, I think that there's overkill right now with Overabundance. It destroyed pretty fast. So instead we can use something like Consider Casting over here. Also Deliberation. I don't know. Yeah, Deliberation later. So let's go for Consider Casting right now for more damage. It will stay for longer, so maybe it's a nice idea. And of course we're dropping improved exposure on Frost Bomb, potent exposure. That will increase our damage to bosses a lot. Just wandering around, I made my mind, and I'm starting with Mercenary, then maybe I will do Druid. Yeah, Mercenary is great. Also, Oil Grenades just buffed today, basically, so definitely make sure to incorporate them in your build if you're going for grenades, and you probably do. Compressed duration? Probably not. Probably they will... I mean, technically yes. Probably they will hover above your head, for a longer period of time. Okay, still one more place I want to find before going to the next area. There should be like 2 mini bosses on the side of this. Yeah, here's a equipping flask before touching checkpoint, and we can actually lure just one, I guess. Do we care? We can fight versus 2 of them. So that's what was I looking for, Jinbara, because we want to get our ascendancy. Coolest part to get Jinbara from this location instead of
The fairy dungeon no better.
Balbala.
Madness transpired.
That it will be higher level. I wonder, will we unlock these trials though? Probably yes, so we just need to find it, and Lady Zarka will give us information about these trials. Story-wise though, it's a problem, because technically Balbala right now is still in prison. What's the plan? It's technically not 2 maps actually. I want to finish the build. So the thing that build won't change a lot. There's almost no reason to just go and blast through like interlude in 1 hour. So probably like Act 3 is where build will be finished, and then Act 4 just to like make sure we're not falling behind a lot and build still works, but it will. Maybe it's just good. Oh, build idea for 0.4? So, like, final idea right now, it's still work in progress. Basically, like with any other build I'm running. That's why you never see, like, full POB max roll, like, Mobalytics guide on my, like, initial build ideas. I like to go in kind of blindly with few ideas and then just, like, figure out on the fly what works, what does not work, why, how to fix problems. That's what like basically fun to me. So basically I'm making this like 0 to hero runs. And like the final part and biggest idea is based around new keystone on passive skill tree. Not actually new, but it changed. So right now on the top left part near Sorceress, so mostly like on top, there's keystone that gives you ability to generate a random how they called infusions. Let's summon the sisters, so we have like a little bit more experience. And random infusions are just bad. That's why no one using this keystone, I guess. Random infusions is just awful. So instead of how Sorceress playing right now, well, basically it's, for example, Arc or like any other infusible spell that can be infused with the same type of infusion. For example, Arc can be infused with lightning. So this speeded buff that gives you ability to basically generate infusions of the same type that you inflicting ailment. So Arc inflicting shock, it generates lightning infusions. The next time it casted, it actually empowered. So that's pretty obvious and like basic way to play. But in new patch we will be able to use this funny keystone, and this funny keystone will actually be pretty crazy. So let me focus on boss a little bit, so I will survive him, I hope. Yeah, it's pretty powerful combination. Yeah. So, exactly, you watched the video about infusions. So that's the idea, to run around these infusions. But there's some new information, of course. Main idea of that video was like that actually right now you will be able to create different types of infusions. When you're doing like one type of ailment. And today it's a day of new patch. Yeah, we got some new information and new changes actually. These changes made me to rethink my final idea with cold infused spark, but probably again I will play cold infused spark and maybe then I will change to like second idea. I will see. There's one skill that I really like. I like super enjoy it. Do I have skill jumps? Yes. And the skill is none other than Firestorm. I mean, just look at the skill. It rains from the ground. I mean, from the sky. So, here's the trick. Firestorm got buffed in new patch and damage is up roughly by like 20%, maybe a little bit more. So I was like, okay, now it's a lot more powerful. At the same time, we're getting new support gems that will give us ability to make... where is Sekimas? To give us ability to make Firestorm follow us. So biggest problem with Firestorm right now, it basically casted in one place and it stays over there. So it will require you to like cast Firestorm and then run around it, so monsters will go into it. Right now you can cast Firestorm and just do whatever you want. You just like run forward and it will follow you. Or you just cast it and it will go forward. It's also fine, basically, if it's moving. Yeah, so it will be able to move. And how it will work with this interaction with Keystone. Hey, Balboa, give me, please, this stuff. Oh, she gives... That's how you give, basically get the stuff for free. But we're getting this level 28, so we're playing high level trials. And we will get pretty nice, like, bonus. to our experience by completing these trials instead of level 22. And we will fight bosses higher level. That's like nice little strategy. So back to like Firestorm. I guess I can complete these trials without focusing a lot. When you cast Firestorm right now, you will ignite enemies. Pretty obvious, yes? But with changes to Keystone, instead of generating Fire Infusion, and that's what you're generating right now, and with Fire Infusion you're actually infusing Firestorm to have like, I guess, higher damage. Probably. I guess it can be triple infused with more fire, more lightning or more cold. But you will basically generate another type of infusion, so instead of fire you will generate lightning. Therefore, next Firestorm will not only fry, basically burn enemies, ignite them, it will also shock them. This means next time you will actually generate more shock because you're igniting them, but also you generate cold because you're shocking them. We don't need a ritual. So now you're casting cold, fire, and lightning infused Firestorm. Guess what happens now? Now you basically generate all types of infusions. And all you need to do to make this combination work is to just press one button. One button. Isn't this crazy? Yeah, and by the way, with Stormweaver Ascendancy, of course, we will be able to even create additional infusions of different type with 100% chance. What does it mean? That you will be able all the time create 1 million of extra infusions, and it's just crazy like how many infusions you will be able to get. Therefore you will be able to like basically cast Firestorms, and they always will be like infused with all the types of infusions. They will follow you around, clear bosses, I hope. Bosses is like the biggest problem. Maybe we will need to like figure out some combinations, rotations. But again, is bosses a problem? Maybe not too much, since technically against bosses what we do? We just cast Firestorm and then we wait until it ends. Then we cast one more. Maybe to just completely obliterate everything. For the skill we will add Comet with cast on Elemental Ailment, maybe with cast on Crit if we are crazy enough to have a lot of like retention. Infusion generation is not actually like a problem, but it's a little quest that you need to solve to optimize your like skill rotation. Yeah, Meteor sounds fine, but again, for bosses there could be like millions of different stacks that we will use. It can be like Meteor, it can be maybe something as simple as just Frost Wall. So you just drop Frost Wall and it will just be... it will be destroyed by Firestorm, and maybe then basically you will have high and big damage, like nice damage. I hope we will be able to cook a couple more builds that work well for each class. Oh, definitely. Based on what I see in patch notes, right now every class is viable and every class is fine and fun. Some of them will be better, definitely. Does it matter? I don't think so. I mean, everyone has been nerfed, buffed before. Does it matter? It does not. Sorceress was completely fine this patch. So, if it will be better next patch, it's good. Who was busted this patch? It was Deadeye. It's completely like complete bonkers. And my kind of vision what happened. I don't know if it's really what happened. Maybe they got some like weird issues with balance team and they made some mistakes. Happens. But how you balance games? Basically, you need to establish baseline first. If you want to balance against something. When you're balancing, it doesn't matter you try to make like everything powerful. Everything powerful is what happened in Pacific Cell 1. Every class can do technically everything, and therefore every class will have like the same play rate, and therefore, in my opinion, no matter what you play, technically you see the same stuff on the screen. You press the same button combination, in most cases it's just holding one button, and that's it. So that's Pacific Cell 1. It's cool that you can do like all the crazy stuff. It's pretty nice and like deep end game with lots of stuff you can do over there. But on the screen, for me, it's like the same stuff, and my hands doing exactly the same stuff when they playing like all the characters. So no matter what character I play. Still, I'm not super experienced in Pacific Cell 2, Pacific Cell 1, so I can't actually like give my expert thought, but that's what I think as like casual Pacific Cell 1 player. Less maximum HP from monsters, that's great. Also works on bosses, I guess. So basically, how it should work when you're balancing the game. You need to establish baseline, and around this baseline every class should be more or less closer to it in terms of power. And then you like create different abilities and do like weird stuff that you wish. So we need a baseline first. It's like the most important part. And it's still early access, and we still don't know what end game will be in the end, and still we like clueless about a lot of stuff. So there's no chance we got like a baseline already, but they're trying to establish it. So in my opinion, last patch was really weird. They nerfed Warrior pretty hard, and at the same time they buffed Deadeye pretty hard. So they see like after they deployed the patch basically how best class can perform against kind of worst class. Oh, I should open Mage cache, but whatever. And they saw, for example, like a Warrior on average can reach like level 90 in like, I don't know, like 20 hours, let's say it like this. While Deadeye can do it in like 12. Then Warrior in the end game farms like this amount of divines per hour. There's of course like different metric, but something like along these lines. So how fast and how powerful classes in end game, let's say it like this.
Stay inside.
So that's like a baseline. And then they need to think like, is this good or not for the game? That's it. Where is improvement to Arcane Search? I want Arcane Search. So after establishing this baseline, not unless you nerf in the middle of the league. Well, it doesn't matter if you nerfed in the middle of the league, actually. If it was unfair, let's be honest. But I agree, it feels bad. And in my opinion, it should never happen. I don't think it's actually like important. And you should stress a lot if you got nerfed. It's important not to nerf to the ground. Probably that's like true. If there's like slight fix of broken mechanic, it's more or less like fair, I would say. So, back to like discussion. Basically, they established baseline, and right now they're trying to fix kind of things that made this baseline and difference between classes so big. One of them is movement speed. So, how do you fix movement speed? Well, one of these solutions was to, for example, give all classes insane movement speed. What will happen? POE2 will happen. Everyone will start to run at the same speed, insanely fast, right from the get-go, from the campaign, and everyone will feel exactly the same. So what they did instead, they removed the ability to create plus 10,000 movement speed boots, 10,000 attack speed gloves. Gloves was also like slight problem. What else? They nerfed a little bit of movement speed on some broken stuff like Tailwind for Deadeye, for example. They also reduced like defenses for Deadeye because again, Deadeye is kind of fine, but if you got ability to like run around and at the same time one-shot everyone, and if you got hit, you're still unkillable, even though you're investing only in damage. Well, it's not really fair to someone like Warrior, who can stand, for example, like 2 shots from monsters, unlike, for example, Deadeye, who can survive 1 shot but then die on second one. But at the same time, Warrior is like a lot slower, like kills monsters at slower pace. So they bringing like all classes slightly tighter together in a problematic areas, and that's what I think like the best solution for balancing. And yes, someone will be mad, someone always will be that they was able to run at 1000 movement speed last patch, but right now they will be forced to use a raw for 100 spirit. They will be like in a more problematic place in terms of gear. Buff Warrior mid league. It's fine solution also. Buffing like weak classes mid league. Buffing always feels nice. But with buffs, actually you need to be extremely careful also. I mean, with nerfs you can't go completely wrong. When you're nerfing something, it will be weaker. So you can make it unplayable if it's big nerf. But technically it's hard to go like completely bonkers when you nerf something and it becomes even more broken. But when you're buffing something, it's possible to make something extremely broken. So for example, you think, oh, there's only like 10 more damage over here and we will be good. So you give this 10 more damage, but turns out it actually interacts with other mechanics, and this 10 damage becomes like 10 million damage. So what will happen? If half of the league, all the dice, was farming insane amount of currency, while warriors were struggling, guess who got currency on the market right now? The dice, and they will just buy everything cool for warriors, and warriors, even if they will be like a little bit more powerful, will be like behind, and suddenly all the gear will start to cost like a fortune. One of the cool parts about playing like weak classes that your gear costs not zero, but compared to meta classes, not a lot. Based on paper, it's the best patch ever. Homogenizing Omen was insanely cool and fun, but it made kinda half of the game useless. So in the end, I basically set up my loot filter to show only like I don't know, divine orbs, a little bit of currency, no items. Probably like I don't need any items, maybe a few bases and that's it. And it was just grind, grind, grind. Not really like super fun, I would say. On this league we will have nice crafting, but not super OP, so we still will be able to find like better items. There's more usage. For recombinator. First guy to farm 10 divines will buy all unique and sell. Oh no, he won't. There's still like 10 more guys like this first guy. So, here's a trick. Exit to character selection, let's see. And then go back in, and he should not regenerate health. Yeah, that's how it works. Ignatius, yeah. That's a fun trick. Some speedrunner stuff. Not game breaking, but making this fight like a little bit easier.
Come now, Shade. Share your
Maps are boring. Depending on your goal. I mean, technically, yeah, I would say campaign is super cool, but
husband of Garukhan.
that's what I like about Path of Exile 2.
Leave it.
There's probably like 10 games in one. There's a place for guys who like to play like market stuff, basically some random
Yes, until then.
trying to get all the best equipment, but only sitting in a hideout. There's a place for build crafting, there's a place for just like crafting for items, some nice stuff. Previous season crafting was extremely fun, I would say, but still it's completely fair that we got no omen right now of homogenizing exaltation.
The humidity is disgusting. Let's get on with it.
So yeah, we did it without Ascension, by the way. And of course we're going for Arcane Search. Let's check focus. No level 2 skills. This guy will guarantee a ring, I guess. Increased casting speed, actually pretty good. I will keep like more resistance. I think it's better a little bit. This season I probably will run with like Druid. Maybe I will run him for 1 week, maybe for 2 weeks. Then we'll see like how fun he will be. And then I probably will start like new character. I like to play maps until I keep myself in economy. Since I'm doing loads of like testing stuff and stuff like that, eventually I just fall off from economy, and I don't care about like super uber uniques right now since there's no content for them. We can clear content without uber broken stuff. So these friends will give us ability to open the basket, but only after we defeat them. To get lesser Javeler Orb. Maybe we can roll movement speed over here. Not this time. Still thinking about Sorcerer build. I will definitely start as Sorcerer and as Druid. So there will be 2 characters on the channel. Technically on channels. And Sorceress will probably stay, but Druid will be changed for like some other classes. Some 0 to hero runs. Maybe like 2 weeks of Druid and then 0 to hero will start. Some funny, weird stuff. I got like 5 or maybe 7 ideas that should work and that will be pretty fun. So we will see. We will see how good they are. Oh, wrong stuff. Where is my shopping list? So here's the shopping list. Nothing really cool over here. Can I get my exalted orbs just for fun? Maybe we will roll movement speed. Not this time. But that's good boots for bosses. They will be useful later. We will drop like extra lightning runes inside. Now, here's the deal. We will create one more link, and this will be a link in our awesome Spark arc. Definitely buying these gloves. Okay, most important start for us is just life. So by having these gloves with some upgrades, I can have something good. Also in New League, it will be extremely easy to get gloves like this and upgrade your gear, because the new mechanic will give you loads of like extra regal, exalted orbs on top of you're already getting. So it's like very easy to gear up in campaign league, I will call it like this. Witch Hunter, in my opinion, one of the strongest like all-around classes. Witch Hunter looks good. Buffs to Sorcerer Ward sounds really amazing. I already enjoyed survivability of like Tactician, but this Sorcerer Ward on Witch Hunter will make him really powerful. Let me create snapshot once again, because we got ascendancy already. It's quite important for the build, I would say.
You should have been more careful.
No, New League will be started tomorrow in like not in 24 hours, in 36 hours basically from now on. There's guaranteed gloves in here. Not good for our build. Oh, we fall. Okay. Happens, happens, happens. So I'm looking right now. I'm having like Arcane Surge forever, so we don't need to gain Arcane Surge. Therefore, we will increase effect of Arcane Surge on us, and that's an extremely overpowered part. I'm still looking for an exit from this location, and also for one important, like, little part in here, where we will get free belt. That's an exit. Wait. There should be an exit. Yes. Okay. I hope they will adjust this, like, window when you finally see doors to the next locations, because in Path of Exile 1 it's a lot better. And as far as I know, it's only in the new league. I guess it will be mana recovery for mage. Sounds smart.
Or scorpion.
Now we need green item for the quest. Should be right over here.
Not now. We've been evil in the Keep your eyes sharp.
Why Arc not Spark? Arc is better. It's more reliable, it's more powerful. So it's just better. With Arc, you're just focusing down enemies. It's chains between them. So you just run around and destroy everyone. With Spark, you're trying to randomly hit enemies. Sometimes it goes into like weirdest directions possible. It's a little bit long and tedious to combine with other spells, so yeah. Spark is not cool.
Servi was right. The Azak must be dealt with.
I would say our level is a little bit lower than needed for Azak Bog. So we'll try to find Chimeral Wetlands first. Get like level 32, maybe closer to 33.
I've never seen such beauty.
Now let's beat Azak Bog.
Home lacks such splendor.
Also, Arc is better for Spark than while leveling. When you're going into the end game, however, that's where we will switch into Spark Sorcerer, because it gets insanely good buffs in 0.4 and loads of combinations of rotations. Basically, it's like pretty cool and fun. Even though I hate Spark, actually. I will keep this because
Thank you.
if used in a rush, it will save me. But there's another fun ways how you can utilize Sorcerer in 0.4, and it should be like amazing. We actually will try it right now and see how it feels. Oh, I got no life flasks. That was like a bad idea. No, this is not 0.4. 0.4 will be on Friday. Technically tomorrow. That's why you don't read chat while running around. Okay, this happens. Yeah, probably it will be something cool. I hope. No, 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 no. And that's why you don't run and rush forward into monsters. Yeah, all infused Firestorm should be just insane. Let me check. Do we have something cool? Yeah, we got Elemental Weakness finally. So this is what will finalize our build for like bossing, mapping, and so on. We can upgrade something like to level 9. And we will do it because Firestorm is still not ready. And I will go with Frost Bomb, because if Frost Bomb lower levels an area, you won't inflict any exposure. So funnily enough, it's better to upgrade Frost Bomb than other skills. As you can see, build is like extremely powerful against bosses.
It was my
Now, finally, Spirit. So, Spirit this time will go into Siphon Elements. And it's pretty nice way to generate infusions. So, do we need the Siphon Elements actually in campaign? Right now, there's no reason actually to have this. Besides probably getting ability to infuse Ember Fugilate like few times faster. So we will go instead for Mana Remnants. It's a lot better in campaign. So we basically always with full mana when we're running around and clearing monsters. Maybe it's not perfect and best choice, but I think it's like far more superior than just getting ability to infuse from time to time. However, maybe I'm wrong, because we can infuse Arc with lightning and it will be like more powerful a lot more often. So that was probably a mistake. Since mana problem is just my problem, I can drink potions and lotions. I mean, I still can't use it, so there's a chance that we will drop one more spirit gem, or I will check my stash. Maybe I got one. So we can have like experimentation. Sadly, no. The closest one is level 12. And it's level 46.
the tale women say.
Oh, spirit gem. Perfect. Exactly what we needed. Reasoning is simple again. It doesn't matter like too much. So we will see right now how it performs.
A magnificent sun. But deadly all the same.
While leveling, it won't change like our performance a lot, so don't need to care like a lot. Okay, finally some support gems. So moderation for Frost Bomb is actually good stuff. We still don't have anything over here, so it can be Deliberation on Arc. For more damage. Arctic Armor. In first act, there's almost no problems with mana. Right now, it's starting to kick in, so we're getting like some troubles. But it's pretty playable and manageable still. So where is our Chimera friend? He should be somewhere nearby. Any additional remnants from Spirit Gem? No, they coming in. It's just hard to see. I will pause when they arrive, so I will show you. Don't worry.
I feel a murmur of power.
But yeah, chance right now is pretty low. We will increase it with support gems later. Thank you, Jeepers. I'm from Georgia. Broadcasting live. Yeah, what's up, what's up? They actually pretty rare, these remnants. That's again one of the reasons why in campaign we don't kill a lot of them, but when we get more support gems it will be cool. Oh, we just got one remnant, but maybe it was from Orb of Storms, so we will have less maximum life, but more energy shield, mana. Probably this one is the play, basically. That's a good helmet that will carry us a lot. Yeah, this one is pretty strong. Basically the way you'll want to level in upcoming patch, and then switch to whatever you like Spark with custom crit, Comet, or any other like meta stuff. I'm really interested in Firestorm. We got massive buffs today. Not massive, but pretty nice. And probably Firestorm with Comet. Custom elemental ailment, something like this. So instead of custom crit, we'll try to build more elemental ailment. Should be fun. Probably will be funnier on Blood Mage, because we can do like Firestorms that builds up bleed on enemies. Technically, Infusion got no buffs. Some skills with Infusions got better damage with Infusions. But the biggest change for Infusion is, of course, big notable on passive skill tree. That's where juicy stuff comes from. So we can control what infusions we get right now. And also what type of them. And we can create like some crazy combinations without pressing 1 million buttons. That's a good belt.
Stone One, your duty has ended.
I also like to check nearby rooms over here. This rooms is really amazing because they always will spawn medium soul cores exactly when we need them. So here's the trick, we don't have this key for the generator. I will clear area a little bit, open a little bit of the map. And I will respawn a checkpoint. This basically respawns all the soul cores in an area, and we can go between them, quickly check if there's none. It's like faster to find this soul cores basically. So pretty cool trick than to just wander around and trying to look for them manually. Also, you don't need to wait until this stuff will arrive to the boss. You can instantly summon him.
I should plunge you into a pit of scorpions for that.
Blood Mage got nerfed this patch, but still viable to play. What other builds you can make with Blood Mage? With Blood Mage you can make lots of builds, and technically Blood Mage got no nerfs. So what nerfed is some like unique items and items that made some of the builds pretty like OP. So that's what got nerfed. I don't know. Let me double check quickly. Maybe I'm not right. But as far as I remember, in Ascendancy changes, Blood Mage Whispers of the Flesh now also grants target cursed by you have 100% reduced life regeneration rate. It's not a big deal, but technically Blood Mage got buffed, since right now he got new ability, and maybe it will be useful ability. Maybe there will be like loads of targets who will be able to replenish health in upcoming season. It's pretty annoying mechanic because health replenishes pretty fast in most cases when you see these monsters. So Blood Mage will be able to counter this mechanic maybe, but technically he's buffed.
I can understand.
Yeah, it also like that's why I don't like lots of discussions on Reddit and some like random Discord groups and stuff like that. People tend to kind of read patch notes and then instantly um, give some like thoughts, and at the same time they're pretty like basic, like bot mage nerfed. This means nerf is bad. It's like basic logic, and it's pretty obvious. If something is nerfed, it's kind of bad. But here's the problem: in most cases, it's not blood mage. It's not like it's not class basically. The stuff that got nerfed is some broken stuff that used in most popular builds that was obviously broken or like a lot more powerful than it should be or worked in an unintended way and so on. Like based story from 0.1, they nerfed well, they kinda nerfed monk. Yeah. Because initially Monk was able to do some crazy stuff with cast on crit, maybe with cast on elemental ailment, I don't remember exactly. And it was broken, everyone, like a lot of players actually played this cast on something Monk and he just destroyed everything with the Comet. Maybe Comet got some OP damage, I don't remember exactly. So the problem was not exactly Monk, but Monk was able to get load of spirit early and some spells were broken and stuff like that basically. So I got an idea. And I played Monk and loads of people actually joined like comment section, chat, and so on and so on, and they spammed me, why are you playing Monk? Monk is like nerfed. Monk is bad now. And why I'm playing Monk? Well, I created Monk and I play Monk, and I played Monk from the beginning, and I played Monk with quarterstaff, using like all the tools, mechanics, freezing enemies, destroying them, like shattering, and so on and so on. Guess what? It was one of the popular builds in the end of like the season, or towards like the mid of the season. Some there was like more popular like creators. They made some good Monk builds. I created like some more powerful builds, and someone created even more powerful builds, and so on and so on. But basically Monk was one of the like top classes, especially like Ice Monk in 0.1 in the end. And I played it from the beginning. So that's what happens all the time. People just see some patch note and instantly starts to cry that, oh my god, class is unplayable, class is bad. You stole my ability to run at 100 million% movement speed. Now the die is unplayable. How you can play without 1 million movement speed? Stuff like that. The die still will be like one of the top classes. Especially in early game, like in early league. So when it will be 0.5 and there probably will be no new classes, and everyone will play Druid for a while, Druid maybe won't be overpowered, they maybe will fix some broken mechanics if there will be any on this release. And in 0.5 I guess we will see stabilization, and we will have kind of similar play rate between all classes. There will be like 10% for each class. Maybe a little bit more for some like obviously broken or fun interactions that will be added. But I guess in 0.5 we will see nothing new. Maybe like few skills, maybe maximum. I hope they will add one more weapon. It will be really cool and fun. Probably they won't. But we'll see, we'll see. Boss looks good. Yeah, bossing looks amazing actually.
There is still a beauty about it.
Yeah, and also again, game is early access. We should not forget it. And if you just remove emotions when your class got nerfed, buffed, whatever, and just check kind of like outside perspective what's going on, in my opinion, everything is super cool right now. Just insanely cool. So, should we go for like casting speed over here? I would probably invest in this place.
Even as a drowned ruin.
Since balance-wise, again, we discussed it like earlier today, they establishing nice baseline when you will release the guide. So for leveling build today, like I will end stream probably in the middle of Act 4. I'm trying to think right now, will there be any change to the build? Probably no, so I want to get like a bunch of sockets. So we add a little bit more support gems, but this run we're so unlucky, get like 0 support gems. So I hope we will get them in Act 4. And then I will edit and create a guide, separate guide. Also there will be like a bunch of notes, so it will be written, like so we can copy paste all the skill support gems that we will need. So, in my opinion, basically what they're doing right now is they establishing baseline for balance. What is baseline for characters? And then they will try to bring all characters kind of closer to this baseline in terms of like speed, power, how fast they can defeat bosses. Like, for example, right now, there's a bunch of powerful leveling combinations, and in my opinion, they should keep them as baseline and make some other combinations work like this. Since being able to cast all the spells together and then basically do triple damage is just amazing. And it's not available with other skills mostly. Probably, I don't know. But this looks pretty easy, straightforward, fun. I don't see how you can do kind of the same stuff with just fire. But again, if you play just fire, is it playable? I would say probably yes. Probably you can play just only fire, only cold, and only lightning skills. But combining them together is pretty cool and powerful way to just go through the campaign. As you can see, Ember Fusilade with Orb of Storms is just melting these poor guys. There is slight chance, however, they will remove this interaction. So Ember Fusilade won't trigger Orb of Storms 1 million times a second. But I hope they won't. That's pretty fair interaction, and you're insanely slow while doing this combo. Yeah, they definitely cooking. I was slightly nervous actually after 0.3 regarding a balance. Again, I understand how balance works, basically in gaming, and that's like exactly what I telling you. So a lot of people referring to balance that everything should be able to do everything and everything should be extremely powerful because it's fun. And well, technically it's true, but the power level should be established. That's why baseline is super important. And without establishing a power level, well, how you can balance? Again, there's two ways. One of the ways is to like, okay, the die is super powerful. What now? Now let's make everyone as powerful as the die. So forget movement speed debuff on heavy armor for warriors. Forget about like long attack speed for maces. Let's make it like this. Warrior can run forward on a big pig. He runs big pig on a big pig, like big hawk. Let's go big hawk. You know, this hawk with tusks. Hairy big pig with tusks, basically. Then he can throw hammers left and right, and these hammers explode and blow up the screen. And all you need to do is to just hold one button. Perfect. So now you can be the die or you can be warrior, and basically you're running on some weird animal and destroying the screen with a hold of the button. What an amazing gameplay. It's of course sarcasm, so... But that's what like loads of guys who don't like changes actually propose. In the end we will get POE1, everyone is fast, everyone can hold the button, and all you do is basically holding the button and watching how screens explode. That's cool, but there's already a game that can do basically the same. It's called like POE1 if you want some like deep, cool and hard game. There's Diablo 4, like if you want to just mindlessly hold the button and see what's going on without like too deep stuff. Both games are cool and fun. But POE2 should be different, because it's POE2, it's not POE1. And that's why I was worried in 0.3, because I saw the die changes and then I was like, okay, so now they will decide. Either we will go into this the die direction, or we will be able to actually play the game. And luckily they changing everything broken, and exactly the right parts of broken parts. It's insanely high movement speed, its ability to create gloves with 1 million added movement speed, attack speed, I mean boots with movement speed, gloves with attack speed, and so on. So we was on a crossroads, or actually on a split road. And there was, yeah, two solutions. We could get this patch, basically every class will become super fast and powerful, or they will tone down everyone who is super fast and powerful, and they will kind of bring up everyone who is a little bit on the slower side, a little bit on the weaker side. And they did exactly what I just told you. And I basically made this statement in the beginning of 0.3. So if they go with 0.4 and they will just create everyone class like the die, it will be awful. And they should do exactly what they did basically. The refinement will come in time. I actually believe that GG currently is still experimenting with what's possible with classes at the moment. I mean, definitely they are. They will probably do it for a long period of time throughout the game development, and while game will be on the live service stage with every like new system. I just hope they won't make over-complicated game like Pacific Exile 1, and it's not like complicated in terms it's hard. Again, if you dive just a little bit deeper, Pass Excel 1 is not that hard. But it's overwhelming. It's just unplayable if you decided, whoa, I want to try a RPG, let me check. It's bad design. It's bad design. One of the reasons there's like a lot of stuff layered on a lot of stuff, and it presented together. So when you're going for in-game loop, it's there's like basic loops which used in gaming, it used in mobile gaming, so in crappy mobile games. Also, this loop used in Diablo 4. Basically, so what is the loop? Let's say we got some established character power. For example, it's 100. And when you reach 100 power, you will encounter enemies with higher power. And this power is multiplicative. So for example, it's like 200 power. So you reach level 100, you unlock difficulty 2. I'm referring to Diablo 4 right now. Should we go for casting speed, or maybe there is some more damage like stuff nearby? I will continue my explanation. Like funny explanation. We don't need penetration with this build, it's just useless. Recouped his life, critical hit chance for spells. Spell damage if you dealt critical hit recently. I like it. We can go exactly over here because I probably inflicting a bunch of critical hits from time to time. Or we can just go into casting speed over here. And then into like this elemental damage node. Let's do... Let me remove this crap. Exposure effect. We can go over here. We can increase exposure. Or just elemental damage with more exposure applied. And then into like this. Powerful nodes. For beginners, it's overwhelming. Yeah, exactly. Good morning, 9 AM in France. Bonjour, my friend. Third time I change my mind. Liga start. POE guys, ancestral totem warriors and guns, poison arrow pathfinder, and now I want to try this. Yeah, this happens. POE guy, ancestral warrior. Is this like one button totem build that used not totems but how it called? Ballistas, yes? Two buttons, please. Okay, back to the discussion of like basic gameplay loop. So basic gameplay loop will look like this, and again, it used in Diablo, for example. We got 100 character power. We start to encounter enemies of 200 power. Like they are more powerful. But at the same time, we start to see improvements for our character. So basically, before we reached level 100 or 100 power, we was not able to see improvements. So there was like no chance for us to get these improvements. This means we go into like gear hunting, basically. So we reached level 100, we start to look for a gear. It will be hard initially, but then it will be easier when we get this like gear upgrades. When we upgrade our gear, we reached level 200 power. So right now it's easy and basically it's the same feeling as fighting 100 power enemies with 100 power character. But we basically fighting 200 power enemies with 200 power character. Guess what happens this time? We unlock new mechanic. And it can raise our power to like 400. But we instantly need to fight enemies with 400 power. And that's basically how loop goes. So you're getting stronger, you find stronger opponents, you need to get stronger. So you go and try to get stronger, and you will find stronger opponents, and so on, and so on, and so on. Yeah, it's slow, but by the way, so it uses... Make sure to check what this build uses. I don't know, maybe he will update his guide. I actually saw it. It's like, yeah, pretty fun. Because today there's new patch notes, and in this patch notes we got nice buffs for funny Sorcerer playstyle. This will be playstyle with Firestorm. Let's actually create it. I will skip upgrade of my skill. I will create it and explain how it cool when we reach level 41. It will be soon. And what changes will be in upcoming patch. Yeah. So his build probably nerfed. Because there's big nerfs to one of the ballistas. They will start to shoot slower. So it will be like even more sloppy build. Just complete slug. Yeah, so that's like basic gameplay loop. Now, there's slightly like more interesting gameplay loop, because as you can guess, when you kind of do the same stuff and the only thing you see that changes is numbers on the screen, it becomes old pretty fast. And that's what we want to avoid. Oh, we can defeat her in the first stage. Just that's broken. That's completely broken. Yeah, pretty crazy. So let's fight big guys and get hard. So biggest problem with this basic loop, again, it's becomes old and becomes boring pretty quickly. The better loop is to actually have multiple ways how you can empower your characters, and just multiple enemies of different power. So you kind of know from beginning that there is some powerful enemies, and you try to find your way how you will empower your character. This way you actually make a choice, and if this gameplay loop balanced pretty nicely, it's pretty fun one. So one of the examples is Elden Ring. Elden Ring is a game where you fight like basically random enemies. Some of them will be pretty easy, but then you can encounter really hard enemies, and you either can defeat them with your skills, or you can just agree that this enemy is pretty powerful, you get back, you try to find a way to get like better gear, improve your character, and then you defeat him after. And there's multiple ways and multiple layers of these empowerments, and that's why Elden Ring is pretty powerful, because and pretty popular, because it's pretty cool and interesting loop. The problem, this loop got no like continuation of play. It got some replayability because it's interesting to play with something different, but nothing will kind of incentivize you to continue playing, because why would you play more if again you kinda trying to be, you're already like super powerful, so there's no loop technically. There's kinda secret loop, let's call it like that, because technically you can get like powerful every time you want, but every like few levels you will see these more powerful enemies. It doesn't matter like how powerful they are, because you can be overpowered when you fight them, or you can be underpowered. So it's not set in stone. That's why this mechanic is popular. And kind of same stuff is in Path of Exile 1, but still it's ARPG and it's based on character level progression. Therefore, we're still tight in character level progression, and therefore, with all the tools available to us, it's super overwhelming, because every time they add something, most of the time it stays, and there's just so many systems layered on one, on another, on another, on another. And what is like better solution? If they add if they keep base loop, and base loop would be like, for example, like character level, one of the progressions for power. Then we got some resistances, and we got, for example, ways how we can improve them by little quests. They will add some extra progressions, for example, like little quest line, defeat like 10 bosses, and you will increase your rarity of gear. So you will get like better currency drops and better other stuff. Yeah, I guess From Software can make insane RPG. Yeah, so, and they got, what they should add, separate systems to empower character in different ways. So we got like base character empowerment, for example, like you can use essences to craft good ring. But also there's another system, it's called Delirium. So when you play Delirium, you will be able to empower your rings by your amulets, by instilling your amulets. So for rings, it's Breach. You can empower basically rings and your jewelry with Breach currency. And that's perfect. And they should kind of keep the systems and rotate them. For example, it will be really cool if Breach will be out, and we will get different systems that will also improve our rings, but in different way. For example, Breach improves quality. Why not to have like a leak where we can improve not quality of rings, but we can deterministically craft tier 1 rings. So you still got old system for your like all other gear pieces. You kinda can craft them pretty okay-ish, but for rings you can make best in slot rings pretty easily, or you can add extra stuff on top for like even more powerful stuff, and so on and so on. So basically that's my idea. And probably we will see something similar. And rotate them. So we're not overwhelming like players, because in POE1 there's like 2 or maybe 3 ways how you can craft your gear differently. And they are completely different, and it's overwhelming to just choose like what should I use for crafting. But if you got only one, well, you just like, okay, if you want more powerful rings, you go over here and farm this mechanic. You want more powerful armor pieces, go into this mechanic. Want better weapons or like focus farm some weapons, go into this mechanic. This will be crazy. Yeah, I understand that PoE style. I also like it. They can easily make some like good RPG.
This place is strange.
Probably, again. Who knows? I guess the guys who can make best ARPG is GGG actually. They know their stuff. And this experience with PoE1 helped a lot. They kinda know that, okay, if we drop down into mindless running around holding one button style, it's just unapproachable. So they just know what they're doing, and I like it. So should we increase elemental damage? I guess we will do exactly this. Or maybe increase exposure effect. We can increase it by like 20%. Sounds really fun to me. We'll see. Season 11 will be live on Friday in 36 hours. Exactly. So in 36 hours you will be able to go into Grelwood already. If servers will be okay. 36 hours, yeah. By the way, we are level 41, so I can like showcase this skill. Let's use it over here. So, here's the skill that got buffs today. Like few hours ago. Technically tonight. If you're in Europe. So, skill looks like this. Firestorm. You cast it and there's a bunch of like little fire orbs. Of course it's completely useless right now. But when you add this essence and this essence, not essence, but how it called? This a remnant. Come on, Orb of Storms, give me a remnant. So when you add these two remnants, it will create storm with lightning and cold and fire stuff. At the same time, if I'm not mistaken, it can also be infused with fire. Yeah, it can be fire infused, and it will become larger. So, if it's fire infused, there will be a higher bolt frequency as well as 1.8 meter to radius, which will basically double the radius. What changed this patch? On next patch, basically, 0.4. There will be bigger radius at its base. Fire infusion will add damage, if I'm not mistaken. But there will be a lot more damage for ice infusion, a lot more damage for lightning infusion, and my build that is pinned in description. So in description there is a link to my idea. But it's super simple. Elemental equilibrium will be changed. Right now it will create a random element, but it won't create a random element in the new patch. It actually will create different element. So for example, if you infuse, if you create a lightning remnant, you will actually create cold remnant. And how it will work? You press Firestorm, it will ignite enemies, and instead of fire infusion right now, so right now if you just use Firestorm, you will only infuse it with fire, so it will be like bigger. But it will create lightning infusion, therefore next Firestorm will shock and ignite enemies, because it's doing fire and lightning damage. So next Firestorm will be bigger, because it won't be bigger, it will shock enemies. But also it will ignite, therefore we will get ice infusion and lightning infusion. So the next Firestorm will actually shock enemies, ignite enemies, and freeze them. And this will give you fire infusion. Therefore the next Firestorm will be bigger, it will shock enemies, it will freeze enemies, and it sounds fun. Yeah, that's the idea. But more basic build will be just to use Spark, because again it works with Spark. You just spam Spark and you will always have Sparks with Cold Infusement, which is also buffed in the next patch. Quick skill box, you mean this? Or what exactly, quick skill box? You just hold a button and there's like a bunch of options. It's I don't know what this is. It's select button basically, I guess. So let's see what we want to upgrade. As well, it's like Frost Bomb and Elemental Weakness, but I guess Ember Fusilade right now. We don't have circuits, I guess, so yeah, we play like this. If I spend a little bit more time in this act, we can actually have a lot more power. But we're good. Oh no, I won't pay for this. Okay, this Sorceress leveling is legit. If Doriani can survive, I mean, if Doriani is not transforming into a big flying orb, this means we are pretty powerful. And at the same time, we defeated Viper before her second stage. She never flight. Totally legit. Very good leveling build.
And help save the future.
The legacy of the Var must be protected. I do know of a way to contain the beast.
Let's just start talking then. My friend here isn't exactly the peacemaking type.
There is
So will you?
I will
It's
come.
settled.
Now then, it is time to depart. Activate the portal. We will see about it.
What is happening?
It begins. For that goal.
Well, Doria, he's safeguard. Well then, the port from there. Great. We can leave whenever you. It's a lot. The Kalgurans.
Doriani has one.
That was cool.
How long was I sleeping? Where, please? Smart. It's been months since I had this proper
I need
I'll set up an account.
Do be careful out there.
Come visit our shop sometime.
The name, welcome to our
Greetings.
just down the void. See, a local car room.
This fog.
If anyone can get you there, I.
So Act 4 is currency exchange place. I want to see if there's any like jubilar orbs. Why do I need them, by the way? I got them in my stash. Since it's leveling build guide, we will just get them. You can get them pretty easily in previous art. It was like zero problems with them. So, support gems for this act. Optionally, we can keep this like rapid casting, but optionally we can switch into more damage. Still, I think rapid casting is pretty good for arc, especially. But there's other parts that probably we can switch, like elemental ornament on arc will work greatly. And we do it if we don't see enough power. So if you think that you're pretty weak right now, that's what we're doing. Prolonged duration over here is great. More important part is magnified area for curse and heightened curse to increase power. And for our main skills, Ember Fuselage, we just focus on damage. It's again for bosses. Bosses will have more health in this act. So rapid, rising tempest. We can go for considered casting, for example. It's an option. Why not? I guess Debilitation is also an option. Let me check. No, debilitation is not an option, so yeah, that's my like setup for this build. Now, we can go for harmonic remnants to increase chances for remnants. Basically, it's really powerful stuff. But we can skip it. For magnified area, so we will cover bosses with weakness a lot more. Now let's defeat few bosses, I guess.
Welcome. Good day. Look, no, we can your business go well.
We've arrived.
Let's go. We made it. Be wary here. Kinfolk are- okay.
Strange legend for such.
So that's what I'm talking about. Sometime in this act you will see loads of really powerful enemies, and that's why another support gem is really good stuff to have.
The kinfolk aren't the only one.
My Voltaxic canaries.
Cave strength. They fear what cannot tame.
Support gem tier 4. Yeah, rapid casting 2 is great. Definitely taking it, this stuff. And rapid casting 1 will go into elemental weakness. So another support gems that we can use is actually efficiency, because right now mana will start to become even more troublesome to get. We need to cast more spells to defeat enemies, and therefore we lose mana more frequently. And efficiency on spells like Bomb, Curse is really great, since they take loads of our mana pool. What we can get from our Ascendancy next, by the way? It either will be chance to get one more different infusion, or even Force of the Will. It's really useful. We will get more mana regeneration, we will be more tanky. Double shock maybe is not actually needed. Limit stacking, yeah, limit stacking is fun. But based on what you want to play. Quadruple Orbs of Storm? Maybe. Sounds fun. Or even not quadruple, like 10 Orbs of Storm. What else got limit? Will it increase limit of, like... For elemental skills, okay, so it's only elemental skills. Yeah, it will be actually great for Firestorm build. So this auto-casting Firestorm is great. With limit, you can create like 5 Firestorms, 6, 9. Why don't you play like a witch? Why would I want to play like a witch? There's a question for you. We're playing like Sorceress right now, we're doing elemental stuff, destroying everyone pretty quickly. There will be no need for respecting our character after we finish leveling part. Yeah, 4 Orbs of Storms with Firestorms. And does Fusilade got limit? It's not specified over here. No. So up to 8 embers. I wonder if limit will actually increase number of these embers. So technically we can go like lightning orb, ember fusillade to destroy this lightning orb up to like 10 times. Then we hit with ember fusillade. What happens next? It will ignite and shock enemy, we will get a bunch of really powerful remnants. What will happen next? Cast on elemental ailment. Comet and Firestorm, infused by powerful infusements. Pretty cool. My approach to builds is they should be accessible by, like, let's say 80% of players. I'm not talking about 80% of players because probably 50% of players never even reaching endgame, maybe even less. So technically my leveling build's accessible by anyone, but it's true for any leveling build. Yeah, but my endgame builds, my goal is to make them accessible, at least in the first 2-3 builds I'm doing in the season. Then maybe it's some weird stuff, like 0 to hero, that probably will require some broken uniques, maybe not.
Good day. Where to?
Let's go. Here we are. I'll lift the canoe before.
So yeah, and this cast on everything sometimes is like unachievable for loads of players, because you will need some best in slot amulets with loads of extra spirit, best in slot armors with lots of extra spirit. It's nice to have shrine scepters, nice and powerful shrine scepters, the unique ones for builds like that. Oh, that was big. What's up, Nash? So what I will start? I will start as Druid and also as Sorceress. Sorceress will be exactly like you're seeing right now, and it will be transitioned probably into Spark. But based on today's changes, maybe in something with Firestorm. We'll see how Firestorm will perform. And Druid will be Wolf Druid. Just pure Wolf, only some chill and cold vibes. Based on your video on Stormweaver. Yeah, that's why I made a video, because I think it will work extremely good.
A nest like this, the mother must be monstrous.
Oh. Need to be careful in this act already. Without like proper armors. But my main point is not... Oh. This will be like... the best way you can play. No. My point is always... kinda the same. Is it fun or not? So that's main fact of consideration. And to me it looks super fun. So let's finally get... Let's go harmonic remnants. Let's see how much we can accumulate. No sound? There should be sound. Does anyone have sound problems also? There was something similar like yesterday, and it's like the problem where you need to refresh the page. So just F5 and it should work. Yeah, thank you for clarification. No, that's fine.
Risking death to prove one's worth. Are we
Chronomancer in 0.4? I would say it's probably more or less the same as before. Considering some changes, it will be kinda a little bit better and maybe a little bit more funnier. But Stormweaver kinda getting the same changes, but also pretty much like insane buffs.
good day? Where to?
You mean, can I do Firestorm Stormweaver? Or like, in general, is it possible?
So this
So I will definitely test it. It looks interesting to me, but we need to see how it feels. This buffs on Spark sounds amazing. So probably we will like investigate new support gems. Maybe they also are fun and they can make insanely fun Firestorm. And it will be Firestorm Stormweaver. But maybe it will feel bad. For me, it mostly like how it feels gameplay wise. If it's fun, I play it. That's why I never played Spark. Spark doesn't really feels fun to me. Still, buffs are so powerful in upcoming patch that I just can't ignore it, because also I'm not only doing things for fun, I'm trying to give like you, my viewers, subscribers, everyone who just search for build guides, something nice and powerful, not just random stuff. So yeah, we'll see. Based on like on patch notes, it sounds like it will work and maybe work really nicely. Maybe even it will work even better than we think, because there will be like a lot of ways how we can increase limit of spells. So instead of just one Firestorm, we can create 4 at the same time. It will be just massive. Because with limit of 1 or even like 2 Firestorms, there's like a little problem. Technically there's no reason to like scale anything beside like, I don't know, critical strike, stuff like that, since limit is so low. You just need loads of like spell damage and stuff like that. But with higher limit is probably one of the most broken ways to scale your spells. Since look, for example, you got like 20% more damage. Okay. Would you rather get 20% more damage on like 1000 damage skill, so you get like 1200 damage? Or would you rather cast it twice basically and have 2000 damage? Probably casting a skill like 2 times is way more beneficial for us. And casting it 4 times in upcoming patch is probably even more beneficial. But with some new lineage support gems, oh my goodness, we can cast it like maybe 10 times, 10x more damage. Sign me up. Too squishy? Yeah, I mean, you're as squishy as your gear. I haven't changed gear from like level 16, from Act 1 basically, most of the gear. It's kind of the same stuff as like, oh, this build not doing damage. Well, it will do damage, but we need to upgrade our equipment, work on it. Not the point of today's run. So I got like a bunch of wands that will work and we're running with them. Getting random gear on top. Combination is just brutal.
upon your fluidity.
Combining new druid weapon with Stormweaver. I mean, technically weapon is skills. I got 0 opinions on skills right now because we need to play them first. I don't know, do you need this, like, how it called, talismans? Would you need talismans to cast druid spells? So that's my question. Or you can, like, cast them as elemental skills. Like Storm, for example, and stuff like that. So, for example, if this weapon is needed to cast elemental Storm, that makes enemies wet, and it's easier to freeze, shock them, then it's nice weapon for weapon set number 2, just to cast this stuff and make enemies like kind of more vulnerable to taking cold and lightning damage. So it's pretty cool. I forgot if there's a way how you can use, for example, support gems and force some skills to use like power charges, so you can get like druid form to generate power charges with wyvern after fight, if you actually will like to spend the time for this. So there's definitely ways, but like in general we need to actually like read the skills, see what they like doing to enemies, and then we will be able to combine it in a good way. If you like asking, for example, when you start the league as Stormweaver, but you also interested to play a little bit as Bear, you don't care like a lot about speedrunning initially, but you don't want to start Druid, you don't want to start Druid as Bear, you don't want to lock yourself in this style, then as Stormweaver, let me think. There's definitely a ways how you can do it as Chronomancer, since rewinding time, stopping time in general, slowing enemies around you, always will be viable stuff. So in general, like, Mr. Chronomancer will feel good. On Wolf, on like Bear Druid, since it's like not locked class. What else? So Stormweaver. What we can do with Stormweaver? Let me check. So Ash Stormweaver. As Stormweaver, we can have better mana regeneration and kind of protective layer with 20% damage taken for mana before life. You don't need like 100% damage taken. 20% is already nice buff. It gives you like lots of like power. So that's nice survival part. Ability to shock 2 times. Great for Wyvern, or if you able to incorporate some lightning damage to your build. Ability to double chill. Fine for Wolf, I guess, but won't actually matter a lot. And getting elemental infusions completely irrelevant for like our weapon. All damage contributes to shock chance. That's fine. You can, for example, play Bear. You can ignite enemies. You can play Wolf. You can freeze enemies, but all damage from hits, basically you do attacks, it hits, will inflict shock. Therefore you kinda playing as Invoker, that also able to like shock enemies, but less damage than Invoker. Yeah, it's playable, but not super OP. So if you're going for Bear, Titan definitely is like best choice. If you're going for Wolf, it's Invoker, Monk in general. Even Chayula will be like good Wolf. Tomorrow probably like the best thing we will see is general builds. I don't think there will be anything game breaking tomorrow. It will take like 3, maybe 5 days to start seeing some interesting interactions. Day 1 there will be probably nothing more groundbreaking than stuff that I will do. Basically some pure basic but working nice cold wolf build. There will be a bear build, there will be bear titan, a wolf monk definitely. Someone will tell you that Stormweaver wolf is great, but they will be lying because it's just okay. The real power in monk hands actually, in wolf ascendancy. Ability to get more spirit, also very nice protective layers. In general, like, in my opinion, the best way to mix in mixed classes is to play mixed class yourself. So you don't need like loads of stats. Just allocate everything separately. So by this I mean, like, for example, if you want to mix classes, for example, you want to play druid, kinda druid, I mean, like shapeshifting. And shapeshifting is strength intelligence. So best bet is to play something with also mixed stats. So it will be a monk, it will be a mercenary. So that's like best picks. It's easier to allocate stats, it's easier to get best gear as fast as possible, and therefore it's easier for your support skill tree. But this only from beginning. So if you, for example, level to 90 with good leveling build and then switch into different aspects, it's fine almost on any class. Worst case scenario and hardest way to build will be like completely other archetypes, like plus basically Ranger and Huntress. Huntress will be pretty good and powerful wolf probably, but if you start it from the start, it will be really hard to build anything useful. Because the Huntress part of the tree will have loads of dexterity and no intelligence and strength. So it will be hard to keep requirements for gear. It's a little bit easier right now for skills, they lowered it, but also somewhat problematic. This build just melts. And we are approaching actually final part. I guess I will clear one more island, maybe. And I'll need to go prepare this build guide for channel 1, other build guides for channel 2, and prepare for tomorrow. Tomorrow I will start leveling in Diablo 4. I want to see what's going on and how new season feels over there. Probably will play a little bit, and then basically I will sleep until the new season. That's the plan. Invoker is the best choice. I agree. But Huntress is good. Hunters can build pretty funny defensive layers. Hunters got like some nice power for your weapons, for example, like accuracy scaling to critical hits. Lots of nice scaling. Still, like Invoker is the best pick. I agree. In reality, I hope the best pick is how it called? I forgot maximum mana. Yes, yes, whatever. Let's just beat Wakapanu Island. My gear is not too low, but it's fine. But again, build is just good.
We made it.
I'm on it. We made it. This island looks nice. Beautiful.
My actual take that Hunters is actually bad. Again, mostly for gear requirements, and part of the tree will mostly give you like dexterity. Since I don't know, but it looks to me that right now we're getting into like space where eventually it will become completely like suboptimal to go into different parts of the tree. Like I don't know, but it looks like we will have insane amount of power for anything elemental on the top part. And when you try to build something like Spark Huntress, for example, yes, you will be able to scale it with projectile damage. But in most cases, it will be some useless stuff that will never be useful to you when you're shooting projectiles, and that's it. And same goes for like some other weird types of builds that kinda not using anything class related. There still will be some exceptions when you use some powerful part of Ascendancy to just boost damage of uniques, but still, in most cases, we're mostly in a world where if you're going for Strength Intelligence type, for example, you're going for Druid, therefore you're playing Strength Intelligence weapon, you won't be able to start as Dexterity class. It will be super hard. Question for Wolf. Can I put support gems into it? And can I make it with max out cold damage? What do you mean by max out? So you want to like get as much cold damage as possible? Well, definitely we will check how much damage we can drop, but yeah, you will definitely be able to drop support gems inside. Wolf in general will play with cold damage, and like most of his attacks will in some form kinda work with cold. I want to check, is this like infusion? So we get 2 cold infusions. Does this mean I can have multiple lightning infusions? So we got one lightning infusion. We got two, and they actually recharged, so refreshed. Here's the deal. Someone told in the comments, I guess, on the stream yesterday that there's a limit to infusions. So you can't have like more than one lightning infusion. I don't see it. I see that I got 3 lightning infusions right now. Yeah, so 1, 2. We basically can shoot multiple lightning infused skills. It's pretty cool. Yeah, Wolf and Walker will be great. So, guys, thank you for coming in today. Build is finished. I mean, there's nothing else to do. We can beat like whole campaign with it pretty easily. I will post my updated POB right now. So if you want, you can like copy this stuff for ideation. Also, there will be separate guide. Here's my notes if you wish to. Oh, there's like too much stuff. Yeah, I will post it later. Yeah, it's time to go and see you in next season already. So this will be probably last PoE stream. Tomorrow a little bit of Diablo and then PoE2. Have a nice season start and let's Divine's reign on your hands. Have a nice day, everyone. Goodbye. Pow.